Please don't just dance, baby. You wanna sing me, baby, that's what I mean. It's not just this one. Sing, baby. Give it up, give it up, give it up, baby. You don't wanna play for me, baby, that's what I need. Please not just this one. This is fine for me, baby. Say, baby.
Okay, gonna go through some of these spots. Start with the first one. It's playing 10 cents with $2 ante. Oh, I guess just 10 cents with $2 ante. Seems normal so far. I think a lot of limping with the huge ante and then big raises when you're raising. Um, so big C bet call, bet half pot into two people. Would expect this to be something reasonable, but you never know. Check and then big bet on the river. Um, yeah, I think this is somewhat normal. I think that the sevens can limp pre or raise seems fine. The king queen suited, not quite sure with the really big ante, but seems fine to call. Three bet, three bet seems fine as well. And then the ace-10 defend seems reasonable. Maybe just fold pre, but it depends on how big the raise is. And then the c-bet seems fine. I think that as the raiser here, you can c-bet some of these hands. Sevens with a spade seems like a decent one. I probably would have c-bet smaller, like 25% rather than half pot, but don't think it makes much of a difference. Typically just want to go smaller because I think you're getting, just trying to target these kind of hands like king queen offsuit from the small blind when they miss, and when they have an ace, they're not folding anyway. Maybe with the half pot you get some like pocket nines to fold that wouldn't to quarter pot. And then you still get value from the big blind from like jack deuce of spades if they defend that pre. Like 5-4, deuce 3. Um, and then yeah, I think once you get to the turn of sevens, you have to mostly give up after the half pot and big blind calls. They're going to have an ace a lot and a four a lot. Um, and then yeah, very good river. I think the check from ace 10 is reasonable. I think on the flop a lot, the c-better was kind of going to have some bluffs, some hands like this, and then better ace x for that size. So checking seems reasonable. Maybe you can just block like 25%, try and get calls from hands like this that didn't hit, like pocket eights or 7-8 of spades. But check seems fine too. And then the sevens is kind of, I think it's fine on the river. I think that it's still going to have like ace queen and stuff that wants to go this size, so you don't just want to shove, even though your hand wants to. Um, but I would guess that it's very close, and you do want to shove a decent amount. But if you think that people aren't going to call as much when you put all the chips in, then this size is going to be better. And maybe ace 10 would fold if you shoved 1.5x pot. But when you're just uh, or when you're shoving, pot on the river. But when you're betting 2/3, you're going to get more kind of crying calls from these. So I think it seems like a reasonable hand from the sevens. And yeah, the ace 10 is just quite a tough spot on the river. I think having the 10 of diamonds isn't great because the c better is going to have some stuff like queen 10 of diamonds with the backdoor that c bets flop and then gives up that will bluff river. Um, like but it seems like too strong to fold. I think there's just a chance that you chop as well. If they have ace 10, I think. I think if you have something like ace 9, it gets a little closer, and maybe you prefer to have ace 3 than ace 9. But with ace 10, they could just have ace 10 as well, I think. Go to the next one. So now, similar, slightly different stakes, but 15 big blind ante. Looks like it's going to be 5 ways, 4 ways, 4 ways to the flop. 5-4-3 going to be better for the big blind. Well, better for all three of these players than the button really, but better for the big blind and the limp cooler. Having a lot of like 5s, 4s, and 3s, some like 7-6 suited, and the opener is going to have more over pairs. So lead from the limp cooler seems fine to have some leads here. Like I think the button will check back a lot. So if you limp something like 7-6 suited or pocket 4s here, it's pretty reasonable to want to put money in yourself and not let this person check back. So uh, what's that? Okay, this is skipping the hand into just skip the action. Yeah, I mean, I think that both of these plays are loose pre-flop, like 4-3 off and 7-6. I think once that you get post-flop, the 4-3, the 4-3 lead is fine. Maybe a little weak because leading for like 2/3 into three people when the big blind can have a lot of hands that hit this board is not ideal for you. Like you don't actually want to get check raised with 4-3 here. If you start getting a lot of action, you're probably not doing very well on the flop. Even a hand like 6-5, you're just kind of flipping against. Uh, but the lead seems fine. Uh, button calls, I think the big blind should raise 7-6 probably always. I think that there are a bunch of cards that come off that kill your action, and you know the player leading is kind of just saying they have something good a lot of the time. I think people will have some, like King 6 or King 7, but a lot of the time they do just have a set or two pair or ace deuce. And I think you should just be putting a lot of money in with the 7-6 while you can. Um, turn 4, check from 7-6 seems normal, and then the 4-3 has the decision of bet or check. I would think that what you want to do is bet a lot. I think that the big blind can, you have a 3 and a 4, but the big blind can still have some just like 6-4 or some 6-5 that aren't folding. And I don't actually think people bet the button that often now because the 4 looks quite good for the big blind. So even if the button has like pocket tens, it's not that fun to start putting a lot of money in. So I think this is going to check through a lot. And the person that's more likely to pay you off is the big blind when you have 4-3. So I think like the check's reasonable, but I think I would I would probably bet this hand most of the time. Um, and then it checks through 6 river. Uh, big blind bets 2/3 pot, which seems fine. I think that they have the best hand most of the time now, especially when they have the 6. Blocking stuff like pocket sixes, it's like the straight's quite good and a little tough to bluff, but you can bluff like 5-3 suited, maybe something like ace-5, ace-6 suited. So it's not too hard to bluff, and you're going to have the best hand a lot. I think this is fine. And then, yeah, the 4-3 has a relatively easy raise here. And I think the size is fine because you have the second nut low boat, so you're just trying to get paid by a straight. And I think if you start like shoving, that might not happen. So I like the size. And then, yeah, the 7-6 has kind of a horrible river decision because this player is probably not raising a straight. So you probably are not chopping ever. And it's quite hard to bluff this situation. Like, I think you would have to bluff something like 5-6 as I mean, not too hard to bluff. I think you would have to bluff 5-6. But it might not always lead the flop. It might not bluff. It might bluff all in on the river. Uh, the kind of 2.5x river raise is often quite strong, but you are getting good odds, so tough spot for the 7-6. I would imagine that you want to fold it a decent amount, but I wouldn't blame someone for never wanting to fold it. Like you have a strong hand, and people do crazy stuff all the time in poker, so it's tough to fold a straight, especially when you have the 6 blocking pocket sixes, which is like quite a common hand. I think you'll see for value for this line. So I think it seems reasonable from both players, really. Okay, back to just trying to see what the okay. So it's 3 blind game with a big blind ante and someone posting. I assume that's what's happened. Um, big raise. I don't think you need to go this big pre, but again, it's fine. Cool. So playing quite deep, like 150 bigs, but also the big raise size means that it's only kind of 9 SBR post flop, so nothing crazy. 773. Yeah, expect a lot of checking from the opener and a lot of betting from this player. Seems normal so far. I think I would have a slightly smaller size as the in position player on the flop there, like third pot maybe, but half is obviously reasonable. Um, Turn goes check call half again. That seems like a pretty reasonable size. Maybe you can go slightly bigger. You don't have that many 7x pre-flop, so on the turn you're kind of saying you have a flush or a boat. So I think a bigger size is reasonable now, but half pot seems fine. Uh, Check call. So range is getting pretty tight at this point. Like it's not that easy to bluff here as the in position player because once the ace rolls off, your bluffs were like maybe ace queen with a diamond or ace jack with a diamond. Pre-flop, you shouldn't really have something like jack 10 with a diamond or queen jack with a diamond. So maybe you now have to bluff like pocket fives with a diamond, but a lot of people would just check that on the flop or check that on the turn. So I would expect if a lot of money goes in from the in position player here for them to just have a good hand a lot, but we'll see. I mean, it's not impossible to bluff, obviously, but I think that it's just hard to end up with a lot of bluffs here. You have to have kind of tried pretty hard on previous streets to make sure you have bluffs on these runouts. I mean, you can obviously just bluff something like 6-5 of hearts, but there's just not that many of those. And they might not bet turn because they're, drawing pretty thin on the turn and dead if they're up against a flush. So, yeah, I think the Kings played it very standard. I think that the flop check call is fine. Like a small flop check raise makes sense as well. Just putting more money in against hands like pocket tens and flush draws. I think you can do either on the flop. Um, and then the rest is, I think, standard. I think you always check call turn because they have some hands like king queen with a diamond that will bet turn and check back river. Other than that, they kind of have a flush or a bluff, so you're blocking a lot of the hands that check river, and you're probably going to find people just bet river quite often once they bet turn when you specifically have pocket kings. So that seems fine from the kings. The ace king seems close. Like I think every point is kind of close in terms of pre-flop is call or three bet. Uh, Flop seems like betting or checking both fine. Turn also, I think, both fine. Like you don't need much protection when you have the ace of diamonds. You don't get as it's not like you're also going to get three streets on this board once you bet flop for half pot. They don't have that many king queen because they would need it with a diamond in, I think, to check call like king queen with the king of diamonds. And even that versus half pot in these positions might be close. So, and then something like tens with a diamond probably doesn't pay you for three streets. So I think it's fine to check turn and like hope they maybe bluff river with something like ace jack with a jack of diamonds or, turn fours with a diamond into a bluff. Uh, River seems standard though. I think once you get here, the value bet is fine from ace king, and then when you get shoved on, I think it's actually quite annoying because I think that I would expect people to bluff something just like ace queen with the ace of diamonds, bluff it like blocking the nut flushes. So when you actually have ace king with the ace of diamonds, it's hard to see what they would bluff as out of position. Like you need them to just. I mean, yeah, I guess they could have something like king queen with the queen of diamonds, but not that. They might just fold flop and you have a king. So I think you need them to just be bluffing something like pocket eights with a diamond, and you just don't see people do it that often. Similar to the last hand, like you have a good hand and it seems tempting to call the river, but I would imagine that when you get check shoved on there on the river with ace king, you are actually going to be behind very often. I mean, which is how it's meant to be, right? You're getting good odds, so you're meant to be behind a lot when you call. But this specific spot seems to me like you are not, like it's going to be too much. Like you're just, maybe you need to be, I didn't see the exact odds, but you might need to be right like 30% of the time. I feel like this might just be like 10 or 20% of the time. It's just quite a hard situation to bluff in. But yeah, can't really blame the ace king for calling. It's, you know, you have a lot of the good cards on the board, and it's hard for them to have something really good when you block aces and kings and you block the nut flush. So you don't need them to bluff something like nines with a diamond that often, and people will sometimes do it. So yeah, can't really blame them for calling. I just think it might be a tough spot to bluff. All right, next one. Okay, same thing, like 17 big blind ante. So I guess a lot of limping and big raises, like four. Uh, so half pot lead very quickly. This I would expect to be strong and just a seven most of the time. Maybe some just like king nine of spades and stuff, but I think it's going to be a seven a lot. The instant lead for half pot into five people feels quite strong, or should be quite strong. Um, and okay, getting quite crazy now. So this has gone half pot. So when check 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 on the turn, and then suddenly on the river it's gone half pot raise three bet. Don't see that many river three bets. It's hard to get there and have strong enough hands and deep enough stacks. It's not something you see that often. Yeah, it's quite a tough spot. I guess maybe you could bluff something like Queen 10, but I would just expect this to be a boat a lot, to be honest. And it seems like a strong boat, maybe like Queen 7, 10 7. Both calls. Uh, okay, so yeah, this was Queen 7. I think this makes sense. The whole line, I think, actually, because like yeah, it's a weird spot, I guess, because on the flop, I'll start with this player. I guess I think the lead is reasonable. I think mostly you're going to check, but leading seems fine. When you lead half pot, sixes I think should just fold the flop. Like they're leading half pot, they have a seven a lot. You have four people behind you, or yeah, four people behind you. I think you can just fold the sixes. Then the queen seven has the first decision where you don't want to raise that much here. Like this is quite strong. This is often quite strong to call. You need like you know, Jack or King 7 or better to be raising a lot here. So you don't have that many hands that want to put a lot more money in. Obviously, this is one of them. And you do kind of have the board locked up. You don't need protection. Like, obviously, you want people to be drawing to a flush, and it's not that good for you. Say, if this player had like King 9 of spades or King 10 of spades or something, and you raise and they fold, that's not great for you because you wanted them to hit the flush. Uh, And this player is kind of, I think, when people lead the big blind here, they're just going to have a seven so often. So maybe you just want to try and like stack this person straight away by not slow playing if you think they just have trips a lot. It's quite hard, I think. I would guess that you're meant to do a little of both, like some slow play and some fast play. But against humans, you're probably better off just fast playing because this person will just have a 7 and people don't like folding trips. And then on the turn, so they call, which I think is fine. On the turn, I would just keep betting as this person. I think that once you don't block the draws, you don't block the queen, which I think is like the most likely hand that these players can call with that then don't put money in themselves. They can just have like king queen or something that doesn't bet when you check to them. And you've kind of said that you have a 7 a lot on the flop. So I think it's quite likely people will think you have a 7 and they might not bluff that much or put too much money in. They might just take the free card thinking that you're going to have trips a lot. So I think I would just keep betting myself. Uh, but they check, just, reasonable, but I probably wouldn't. And then sixes, I think, is easy check. You're clearly kind of not in a great spot once this person checks down. Well, no, this person has overcalled flop. The queen 7 checks back, which again I think same as what I said on the flop. That probably what you're meant to do is a little bit of check and a little bit of bet, but I would just always bet versus humans because I would just be quite confident that this person had something really strong where they either have a 7, which I think is mostly what people have when they lead flop into 5 people, or they have something like 10-8 of spades now where they had a bluff and now it's like turned a pair and a flush draw and they're probably not folding that. So even though I think it's tempting to trap, I would think I would just put money in. Like you still have quite a lot of money to get in, and like even 3-betting the river, you didn't get the whole stack or even close. So I think I would just put money in on the turn. They check, and then river's the 6. Unfortunate for this player and this player, or unfortunate for everyone that doesn't have queen 7. Yeah, and then I think it's kind of normal. It starts out quite normal. I think the 10-7 bets half pot, which is fine. You're just trying to get called by a queen. Maybe something like spades. The 6s raise, which is fine. I think this person is going to have a lot of like 7-8. So the 6s raise, queen 7 3 bets, which is normal too. Like you just have the best hand always, pretty much here. 10-7 calls, which even though it looks very trivial, I would guess is closer than you think. Because when this player 3-bets, they are probably not going to 3-bet if they have something like 7-6 or pocket 6s. They're probably just going to call this raise. So this is going to be queen 7 or 10-7 fairly often. And they just, I think that you have 10-7. And I think that 10-7 is also more likely to bet the turn. So yeah, this is actually probably quite close to call for the 10-7 and you're just behind a lot. But yeah, call seems I would call and just like hope this person is playing 7-6 this way. Once they call, it's quite an absurd hand, but like yeah, once the queen 7 raises and the 10-7 then calls the 3-bet, I'm pretty sure you just have to fold 6s. Like it's really hard for you to not be beat here. You're like somehow hoping that they both have. They can't even both have 8-9. I guess the only way they would ever both have 8-9 is if this person made like an ambitious stab on the flop with 9-8 of clubs and this person had 9-8 of spades. And then neither of them bluff turn and then they actually overplay river. Like this person has to 3-bet the straight, which doesn't really happen, and this person then has to call with the straight, which they probably don't. I guess maybe you're hoping for something like this player to have ace 7 and this player to bluff queen 10. But again, like all of these things seem quite ambitious to hope for. So I think while it's sad, you just have to fold 6s once it's gone 3-bet call. And there's not much you can do about it. But yeah, obviously, hard to fault people for calling votes. It's hard to make a full house in poker. Um, so now, Okay, back to like regular blinds. So it's zero point 0.8, oh no, 1.6 big blind ante with a 20 straddle or 3 blind game. Uh, yeah, I don't think you really want to be limping in these games, but it will be, you know, I mean, it's not a big deal if you want to play limp and big raise. I personally wouldn't, but you definitely can. So raise, call, call, and then check. Stab from the middle player from the big blind. Quite a good turn for the big blind, I guess. Like in terms of they won't always have the nuts, but they'll have a lot of like some 7/8s, 9/8s, and stuff that bluff the flop. Um, yeah, I think this one seems relatively simple, like not too much to go over. I think that the only, I guess the fours, like, well, let's start with the first action. I guess I think tens played the hand fine. Checking flop seems completely normal. When you hit it that hard, you have no protection to get, and you just kind of want them to improve or start bluffing. So the check on the flop seems good. Fours, I think, has the first and main decision on the flop of whether they want to stab or not. And I think that it seems fine to sometimes, like, this player has a lot of ace queen. This player will have misses, like, you'll get them to fold fives. Uh, they can also just have, like, king queen and stuff a lot. So you can win the hand, you're drawing to a boat. Like, when you turn the four, your hand should be good a lot. Obviously, your hand should be good like almost always when you turn the four, so that's quite nice. Um, yeah, I wouldn't do it always, obviously, but I think that the stab on the flop is pretty reasonable from the fours, and then after that, I think the hand plays quite normally. I think that the once the big blind checks back, tens want to bet the river a lot because they're just going to have a lot of like pocket eights, 6/7, 9/8 stuff that stabs the flop, or like queen nine of clubs that then is going to check the river. And if they have a hand like fours that's improved, they're going to raise the river anyway. So I think tens, it makes sense. And you can just, you still have some hands like king jack of clubs that can bluff the river or king queen of spades or something. So I think this makes sense to bet the river's tens. And then, yeah, pretty easy river jam as fours. Like, you know, it's, yeah, I mean, you've rivered a boat. It's not like I wouldn't actually expect this player to have trips that often because I think a lot of people would raise trips, but they'll still have like the weaker ones, maybe like Jack 10 with diamonds that just check called flop. Um, and they can have 7/8. And you never know, like crazy stuff happen. Like they might just have ace nine of clubs and just bet and not believe you when you shove. So just like seems like a relatively simple shove for fours, and obviously tens calling because you have the nuts. Okay, so same game, 1.6 ante, 3 blind game, 1.6 big blinds, not straddle. Um, just gonna put the speed up while we go through the first one. So yeah, this seems reasonable. I would go slightly bigger as the big blind, maybe like 180, but 140 seems fine. Uh, two callers, the first two, king, queen, jack. I would expect this to be very good for this player. Like, I mean, they can have some stuff like nines, which aren't that strong, but these players should have a lot of pocket fours and ace five of spades and, well, like, ace five suited. So probably just a really good board for the big blind. once they raise. Turn somewhat neutral, I guess. Once it goes bet call, like yeah, this person will have some 6-5 of clubs, but they're actually going to hit the board quite a lot, and this person will probably have. Yeah, I mean, on this board, it's quite obviously it's just quite hard for either of them to not have much, right? They're just going to both have a decent hand quite a lot, but doesn't always mean money will go in because they can just have like kings or ace queen that are really strong hands, but don't. Once you start putting a ton of money in, you just get called by straight more often than not. So check call, and now good river for this player because I think this player will have some like 6-5 of clubs that's a flush, but now pair board. They won't actually bet that many two pairs on the turn because their two pairs are just like ace jack, which is the weaker two pair, or maybe queen jack. And then they don't have that many sets because they just limp call pre. Whereas this person can have kings, queens, jacks, aces, ace, king. So this person is actually going to river a boat pretty often. So I think the lead all in seems pretty good, and you just bluff like king queen that you check call turn with, or something like king nine of spades. Uh, yeah, quite tough to bluff. You could even maybe just bluff something like jack 10 that you check call the turn with, and now just try to like bluff them off a chop. But yeah, I think the lead all in seems good, and this player's just going to have a really tough decision with a lot of hands. Not that one. So yeah, I think the king's played the hand pretty standard, pretty well. I like the river lead. I think people can miss that sometimes and just like auto check because people are used to just checking out a position, but on rivers especially. But this seems good. And the ace queen played it fine. I think that the close part is the turn bet. I think that actually you might find that when you bet half pot, you actually get a fold from worst two pairs sometimes. Like king jack might just not call you because it's kind of tough to bluff this spot. And then you're going to get called by all the sets and ace king and check shoved on by some straights sometimes and like folded off your equity. So I think I would just mostly check the turn as ace queen. I think the bet is fine, but I would guess checking is slightly better. And then obviously river is no decision. Um, all right, so looks like higher stakes now, but similar. Oh, well, so it's 3 blind game with 3.5 big blind ante. Somewhere in the middle of the last few hands. So 3.4x open seems fine. I would open a little smaller, but I don't think it's a big deal in any way. The big blind calls are 40 bigs, and then the straddle calls on 110. Pretty good board for the small blind, I think. Not this time. Uh, Big bet from the in-position player. I think that there's probably more small betting going on these boards when you're going to two people because it's like the small blind has a bunch of suited 10x, pocket fives, pocket fours. The big blind can connect. It's hard for you to have a hand that's strong enough to just want to put in a lot of money. So I think you just bet like a third pot, and you're going to have smaller sizes multi-weight anyway in most spots. So even some of these boards that heads up can have big sizes. You're going to go slightly smaller. And I think when people come out just betting like 3/4 or 2/3 pot into two people multi-way, they're just going to have a good hand a lot. So I'd be slightly cautious as the big blind. Good turn for the big blind. I think having some straight draws, like flush draws, this player having more over pairs, but obviously this player can still have a flush, and when they bet the turn, it's quite strong again. Um, I think that the river's probably actually better for the in-position player because they're going to bluff some just like ace queen with a club, and this player's going to have more just like queen 10 with a club or 7-6 with a club, so some like lower flushes. But and they can both have boats now. I think big blind can have some like 7-5. In-position player can have pocket tens or fours or fives. So I would expect it to be better for the in-position player. I don't think you want to lead too much as the out-of-position player here, but hard to hard to know without before seeing the hand what how reasonable the decision was. Uh, okay, so yeah, I mean, actually, that seems like one of the hands that's fine. You're going to get raised by a boat anyway. You're going to get raised by the ace of clubs, probably most of the time by most people. I think not everyone will. And then when they have something like king queen with the king of clubs that they might make a tight check back, you get called. So this actually, and then anything like a boat or a nut flush is going to raise you anyway. So I think that while in theory it might not happen that often, maybe never, maybe just not often, this is probably actually a pretty good play against humans, and I kind of like it with the 8-6. And then yeah, the ace queen is like kind of close, They can have some king 10 with the king of clubs, but I'm not even sure they lead the river with it because it's hard to know. Obviously, you're playing a human, and people can do whatever they want. Um, but I think that people will check a lot because it looks like you either can have an up flush on the turn or a set already on the turn that's now a boat, or a hand like this that was bluffing the turn. So I'm not sure whether a hand like queen 10 with the queen of clubs will lead river. They can still have this hand and a boat, so like it might even be quite thin to raise the ace queen, but it's understandable that they want to raise. Once you get three bet shoved on, it's horrible because you're getting like 8-1 on the call. But no one really bluffs this spot, and there's actually a fair few hands that beat you now. Like maybe they have 5-4 that didn't check raise flop, 7-5. This hand, 6-3 of clubs, and I just don't honestly know what they would bluff. They would have to be like leading the river with something like 10-7 as a bluff, and then three bet it all in as a bluff, which seems quite. It could happen, but I would guess it's just way more likely that you just run into a boat or a straight flush. And while it's unfortunate because it's annoying to fold hands when you only lose to a boat or a straight flush, and you're getting 8-1, but but yeah, I mean, you're probably just always behind here to be honest. But yeah, I can understand the call. It's tough to fold that flush, but I think this is a spot where you have to, unfortunately. Okay, so now just two blind game with the two big blind empty, 4x raise, or slightly over. Two calls, kind of, yeah. I was going to say small three bet. I mean, it's like a little small, but they're not that deep, and it is a big raise pre. So I would go a little bigger, maybe like 350, but it's not crazy, or 360. And now it looks well. They got so a cold call, and then everyone calls. So this is a lot of money in the pot already. I mean, we're playing what 20-cent big blinds. There's just 72 big blinds in the pot pre-flop. Uh, this okay. So check, check. I think this is like you just want to be betting when you're betting into four people and you're kind of saying you have trips for a bluff, and when you have a bluff, you make it even more likely that someone has trips behind you because you're not, you're going to have like king jack of spades or something, and you just make it more like. Firstly, it's just somewhat likely that people have a queen because it's four of them, and then when you don't have a queen, it's more likely they do. So you just want to be betting small here. I think like $3 or something. You don't even worry as much about protection because you're going to be well. A lot of your hands can't afford it, right? You just be putting this much money. You just need such a strong hand like king queen plus that I think you just want to be betting slightly smaller, and you can increase your sizes once you narrow the field down a bit. Yeah, and I would just expect this to be strong, to be honest. Like betting half pot into 4 people on this board in a 3-bet pot seems very strong, and would expect it to be kind of king queen plus fairly often, and sometimes just like king ten of spades. Button calls, same kind of thing goes for them. I would expect that to just be a queen plus or the absolute best draws like jack ten of spades a lot. This hand's going quite crazy quite quickly. So then I'm honestly not. I would expect this just to be very strong a lot. I would expect this to be strong a lot. Then this call kind of has to be strong because one of these players is going to have a queen. So you can't even really I think you just want to fold if you have aces here. I wouldn't expect everyone to fold. People get very attached to aces, but I think you want to fold. Or I would want to fold at least. And then this player raising into 3 people who are kind of saying that they have a queen is again very strong and should just be like pocket nines, basically, only, or a bluff. I don't know how you would bluff. Like even having something like Jack ten of spades isn't that great. Like you might be better off just bluffing like ace nine or something. Just blocking pocket nines, but I would just expect this to be. If I did this, it would be pocket nines basically, and I might do it with ace queen if I thought everyone was very loose. I guess it depends if what kind of games you're playing. In very loose games, this is definitely be fine to do with ace queen. Like this player snap folded, so in a spot that I would expect to be very tight. I mean, it can be fine. Obviously, they can just have like king ten of spades and know that they're not going to call. But there's not going to be many snap folds here. This player had quads. That makes sense for the call. Just slow playing, making sure no one folds. Nines make sense for the raise. Kind of what I said, that this would just be nines a lot when it raised into those people. Ace king of spades, I think, is pre-flop should have been once this player, I don't mind the call when this player 3-bets if this person folded, but I think definitely I think once this person squeezes, you should be 4-betting or shoving. Just 4-betting, I think, because this person's so deep. And just trying to get in with this player who can still have like ace queen and tens and bluffs. So I would 4-bet this pre-flop. Definitely once this player cold calls and is just going to have this type of hand lot, I think you just want to 4-bet and get it in with this player with the overlay of having this dead money in there. Not dead, but like once they shove, this person's probably always going to fold. But post-flop, I think. Post-flop, the bet on the flop seems fine. I would go smaller. Once this player raises, I think you just fold because like this player can have a boat. This player can have a boat. This player has a boat most of the time. Someone's going to have a boat here, basically, or better, and your flush draw is not going to be good. And especially if the flush comes in and then people put more money in, then your flush is not good. Kind of like what happened, I guess. So I think this is just a fold. The jack eight is just a fold to the 3-bet and a fold on the flop. Queen's played it fine. Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, I mean, like they don't have that many decisions, right? Just like check flop. Hope someone puts money in for you. When it goes bet call, just call and hope someone puts more money in for you. You're not going to struggle because even if it checks through on the turn, you just bet the river and you have 20% pot. So you're not really worried about not getting enough money in. So queens is easy, and I think the nines played it. Yeah, I think the nines played it well. Like you check raise flop, you can check raise slightly smaller if you want. Uh, but yeah, quite a normal hand from the nines, I think. Um, okay, so another big ante game. So 2-blind game with 15 big blind ante, which is huge ante. I'm not going to lie, I've not played many 15 big blind ante games, so I am not sure. Like my first guess would just be, yeah, like I said before, a lot of limping and some big raising. I do not know how big. And it might not even necessarily be big. You might be fine just small raising. And just playing a lot of hands that way and just hoping people overfold to the small raises when they're getting such a good price with the ante but don't adjust well enough. Both blinds cool, c-bet. Everything seems normal so far. Check raise seems like a normal size as well. Could be slightly bigger. Turn queen, double flush draw. Like I expect some bets here, but you do want to check a lot as the big blind too. Betting's obviously fine. Well, I don't know the cards. I just mean betting in general is fine. Club river is probably good. Kind of somewhat neutral. Like they'll be bluffing clubs, but they're going to have a lot of clubs as well, and it's now worse when you have like pocket threes as the out of position player. This player can have a lot of club combos. So 6-5 on the river went this weird size where they bet like 70% of the remaining stacks, I think, which I would expect is not too common. Like, I guess you can do it when you just have like fours, right? But it's weird because I think there was only what was the SPR on the river like? Yeah, so the SPR is just over one on the river, and they bet like 0.75, so it's kind of a strange sizing spot, I guess. So yeah, so they bet 66% pot on the river, and the SPR was like 1.15. Yeah, I guess you could do this when you have like pocket fours, but mostly I think you're value betting a flush now, so you want to just be all in or not. And I think with 6-5, you might just have to give up, and you can bluff when you have like ace-5 with the ace of clubs that blocks flushes. Maybe like even just like something like 5-4 with a 5 of clubs that blocks a couple of flushes is better, or 6-5 off with a club. But I guess that might not be in pre. Maybe ace-5 is quite a tough spot to bluff, so maybe this is fine with 6-5. Because I think a lot of the natural bluffs might not be defended pre. The ace-3 call seems quite intense to me. Like, yeah, you block the nut flush, but they can also just have something like king-5 of clubs or king-9 of clubs or queen-9 of clubs, pocket fours, I think. And you kind of want them to have like ace-5 with the ace of clubs to bluff, right? So pretty big hero call from the ace-3. I don't hate it, especially if you think someone's playing very aggro, that they're going to have a lot of these like 6-5 no clubs. It's probably easy to 6-5 deuce-5. Could be easy to overdo this, but yeah, I think this will be very person specific whether this ace-3 is reasonable or not. Okay, so 3 blind game with a 4 big blind ante. Kind of always going with the ante and the size of the big blind, not the straddle, but so 4x call. Looks normal so far. A lot of checking here. This player should bet a lot on the flop, I think, but obviously there will be checks too, and then this player will check a decent amount. Turn. Again, this player will check quite a lot. The turn, but can bet now. Now I would start this thinking this player will bet a lot on the turn, which they do. Fold seems very common, and then like this person's just gonna have something like fives very often here, or like just Jack 10 that gave up. Check raise seems like this happens sometimes because you're going to check a lot on the flop and turn, like a lot on the flop and a decent amount on the turn, thinking that this player's going to start betting a lot. So you do want to have some check raise bluffs, maybe like 7-6 spades and some or pocket fives or something, or just like king jack of spades, and then you have your value like ace queen plus or ace king. I think pretty good river for this player. Like they're going to have sevens, threes, some ace seven, ace three, ace king, ace queen, and then some bluffs. And this player's going to have a lot more of like the middling stuff, some like jacks, ace 10, ace 9. Uh, I would honestly think that this, yeah, I think that this size, what you probably want to do is out of position here is just be all in mostly. Like when you're betting, I think that maybe you can have a size like this for something like ace queen that's targeting ace 10. Other than that, I think you're kind of just saying on the turn that you have ace three plus mostly, or ace king plus that's now a boat. So you mostly, while you could have ace queen, it doesn't, it's going to bet the turn sometimes, not always check raise. I think you basically just have a boat and a lot here, and this the imposition player will rarely have ace king, and if you have a boat here, you're just good, and you're happy putting 2x pot in, and then you just really put them in a tough spot when they have like ace nine. So I would be mostly just all in as my bet size here. And I think yeah, you probably this size is like specifically for ace queen if you have it in this spot. This less than all in raise seems very strong from this player. Uh, Yeah, I think the sevens is fine, but I would have gone all in on the river. But if you're playing people who you think don't like to call big all ins for like river overbets, then it's fine to just go a smaller size and make sure they pay ace 10. Um, but when you have sevens, like they shouldn't have ace king pre very much. I know they did, but they shouldn't have it that often. They have it sometimes. Uh, and then they'll bet the flop with it a decent amount as well. So with sevens, like you're good very often. You lose to ace three, ace seven, ace king, but like none of those get there in this line that often. And then you beat threes and you beat stuff just like ace jack. That's much more common. So I think I would just shove the sevens, but I can understand the reason not to. And then the ace king has an easy river raise. And again, kind of player specific. If you want, I would just shove. You're just saying that you have like ace three plus here, and I would shove. But if you again think people don't want to call shoves, then you know shove when you're bluffing and very small when you have it. And then yeah, I think the sevens is like pretty easy call. Once you bet 2/3, it just can look like you have ace queen or something, and I just wouldn't put it past people to raise threes or yeah, just threes, I guess. So I think you just got to call. Like you're not loving it at all, but you're getting good odds, and they can have threes, and not much you can do. Okay, should be able to fit one more in. Okay, same game. Three blind with the four big blind ante. Cool. Big raise. Cool. Three-way to the flop. Seems pretty good for the razor and the button. Like the button, once they cold call the big raise, will have a lot of pocket pairs and a lot of suited stuff. The opener will be a lot more polar and just have like more offsuit stuff, but also a bunch of queens and kings. So expecting more money to go in from these two players. This player comes along as well. Five river, not really that great for anyone. Like they can all have 6-7. Um, yeah, they can all have 6-7, but that's not that relevant. It's not like a big part of anyone's range, so it's just kind of a bricky river, and seems like good for probably just best for this player who bet the turn. Um, So, so yeah, I think the queen eight is fine. It's a bit loose pre. Nines is fine pre. Ace three is fine pre. Um, Flop, I think, is fine. Like ace three will just check everything. Queen eight can c bet with this hand or check. I think you can. You're not going to c bet all the time with your range, and this player will have some good hands on this board. So the queen eight, I would mostly bet still. I think it's just like really nice to fold out stuff like queen ten of spades or ace eight of hearts and clear your outs a bit. And you can still just hit a flush. And then the nines, I think the check seems fine. Like just so often that people have missed this board. Like yeah, they have ace three, but you'll get money from that later anyway. And they can also just have ace four of spades if they can have this, or ace four of hearts. So check seems fine. Turn is where it gets a bit weird. I think the ace three check seems fine again. Like, but betting is also pretty reasonable. You want to put money in. You don't want to let them check just like queen 10 here or not bluff, or like a hand like this that has a lot of equity. Um, but yeah, check seems fine. Queen 8, I think the bet is a little strange to me. I think that you just want to try and show your hand down now. Like this player can still be trapping. This player can still just have like this or something like queen 9 that wasn't strong enough to bet flop three way or didn't want to. And then even when you get called, like you're not going to get. I mean, it's going to be fine, right? You get called by some like queen 10 diamonds that you're ahead of. You can still hit a flush. Like you've just got enough equity to put this money in, but I would think you mostly check and just like bluff catch against this player if they put money in. The nines call is normal. On the turn, I think you just have such a good hand that you just want them to both be in the pot still and hope they hit something. If this player's bluffing with like queen 10, you just want them to stay in and bluff you or hit a jack on the river. And in the ace three, I think like once it goes bet call and there's so many draws out, like all of the straight draws, both flush draws, they can both have like queens. And even though queens doesn't have many outs against you, it might just not put money in. Like if the river's the ace of clubs or ace of diamonds or even like seven of clubs, the queens isn't going to put much money in. So I think with the ace three, you just check raise turn. Um, and then yeah, so yeah, I would just check raise all in on the turn, I think, and then the river lead seems fine. Like you can have seven. You're kind of saying you have 7-6. So I don't think you have that many slow plays, but I think you just want to check river and hope someone bluffs. But I can understand it on the brick. Just like it doesn't look like a credible line, so you just hope you get hero by like ace nine or queens. And then yeah, I think queen eight has kind of an easy river fold once it goes. Um, yeah, once it goes all in. Um, yeah, once they lead all in, I think you just have an easy river fold. Like this is going to be a strong hand lot. This can still be a strong hand. It can be tempting to bluff catch these spots, but I think it's just you don't really want to when they're uh, with the player behind. It would be a lot tougher if it was heads up and this line doesn't make too much sense. But you have the queen of clubs as well. It's not great. Like I think the queen eight fold is fine, and then obviously the nines goes all in, and the ace three, yeah, you're gonna call because it's $2 more into pop 60, and you can never be that sure what's going on. Um, so yeah, I think this is pretty reasonable hand up until the river, and I'm just still not sure about this lead. I think that basically, like, once you overcall with two players, mostly you just have like king nine of diamonds or ace eight of clubs or jack ten of clubs, and like the river's just not very good for you. It's quite unlikely that you can have 7-6, but even something like 7-6 of hearts, you're probably just going to fold turn. So, and like 7-6 of clubs or diamonds, it's just not that common, and you're not going to have five. So I think that the river lead is probably not the best way to get money in. You just have to hope one of them bets. But I can understand it on the brick, just like making, not wanting people to check back. Um, yeah, I think Trying to do one more real quick. Yeah, just quickly go through this one, and then so 20 anti-game, huge raise, 24 big lines. Cool. So yeah, expect these to be quite strong hands. Same with the big blind, like getting pretty good odds, but you're still going to be quite tight to defend here. And the King 10-7 kind of hits everyone, so wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of money in going on these boards. Bet, cool. Turn 10. I think the lead is weird because I think actually, like, once it goes bet call on this board, you probably just fold a 10 as this player. But, people don't always fold a 10, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just had like ace 10, or if they want to start leading like sevens that thinks this player is going to check back a lot, and they want to try and stack this person that can have a 10. So not too surprised to see this, but they were bluffing. Yeah, I don't hate it from the ace jack on the turn, but I think the river, I want to. I guess you're bluffing the river with ace jack because people just like you can have queen jack. You don't really have 8-9. Well, I mean, you can have 8-9. But like this actually might be a bluff on the river. Like maybe they're trying to get something like 10-9 to fold now because it looks like this is going to be really strong. I would just check the river as ace jack. I think that like the bluff is quite ambitious, and you just check and hope that they have something like 7-6 of diamonds or king queen. And just bluff something weaker like jack 9 of diamonds when you have it. And then yeah, I think the sevens just play the hand fine. Like cool seems good on the flop. Trap the turn. Cool river. I think all seem well. Did they have some chips left, right? Did they just call? What was the river size? Oh yeah, they had slightly more. That's why they had some chips left. So yeah, I think that seems good from the sevens. Seems good from like a normal hand from the sevens, and the ace jack I think is like fine, but the river is probably a bit kind of fancy. And maybe we just like check our hand. I'm not still not completely sure. I assume it was a bluff, but quite a dicey spot to bluff, to be honest. Um, yeah. So yeah, ready to get some hands in ourselves now. think we're good to go. Just see if yeah, just gotta wait for people to play us, I guess. Ooh. Oh, uh, try to add chips and have got rid of my table. Fine. Fixed. Now I just need you play against. Quite looking forward to getting some hands in. Haven't played much real poker at all since Triton London. Played a little bit online, but not much. Yeah, nice to get some hands before busy next few months. There, Triton Monte Carlo straight into World Series of Poker Europe, and then only a few weeks before World Series Bahamas, and straight into Vegas, the win series and the $1 million one drop in Vegas. So a lot of stuff coming up in the next, well, I guess the next 2.5 months to end out the year. So it's nice to get some playing after a little time off. I don't know who that message was from. I was hoping someone would come to play. It's going to be kind of interesting playing these games as well, actually, because I'm so used to playing. Like, I played a lot of Zoom that was just two blind game with no antes. And then recently I've just been playing mostly tournaments. So just been playing like small blind, big blind with a big blind ante, but a single big blind ante. And this is 2.5 big blinds ante. So can be playing significantly looser than the games I'm used to, which is fun. Like, it's never fun having to fold in poker and playing anti structures that mean you just don't have to fold as much for a lot of fun. Uh, I mean, like even in the hands that we just went over, there were a lot of kind of 15 to 20 anti games that seem like a lot of fun as well. Just so much action. You just don't have to fold much pre-flop, which is quite nice. Just get to play a lot of like weird multi-way hands. Even the heads up spots, you just get to play like you don't have to fold the button, at all, like ever if you're playing 20 ante. And then the big blind doesn't need to fold much versus your raise, depending on how big you go, and you just get to play a bunch of really wide range spots post, which is like kind of exactly what you want, especially if you're playing only a few tables. Uh, no anti poker can be quite boring sometimes, where you're just folding a lot, and unless you're playing like multi-table Zoom, where you get to just run through so many hands, like if you were playing 4 tables of like Zoom or Rush or whatever poker, you're like 900 hands an hour. So it's fine if you're folding a lot because you just like instantly skip to the next hand. But if you're playing regular tables, it's so much nicer to be playing anti games like live, especially. I wish every live cash game had antes. It's like so slow to be playing 8 or 9 handed live with no antes. You're just sitting there for hours, and sometimes you just might not be with the hand for like 2 hours. Um, which I think is why a lot of people end up playing quite looser than they're meant to in the 90 games. But it's kind of nice to just like change the blind structure so you get to play more hands. And if people want to play them looser, they can obviously. But it's like nice to be playing a blind structure that actually incentivizes the loose play. Hopefully soon we'll get to test it out a little, try and get in some pots. kind of hoping as well. Actually, last time we managed to, not managed to, but happened to play some heads up in these sessions. Just had a few times where the table didn't fill up, but one person joined. I would actually be quite interested to play some 200 big blind, big anti poker as well. It's like, in tournaments, the only time you get to play heads up is obviously a good situation, but it's usually like 30 big blinds deep. And there's a lot of, just quite different to, a lot of money goes to pre-flop quite often, and then like you're playing 9 SBR, I guess, at 30 bigs in the limp pots, so money goes in quite quickly, and you don't get like river raises or 3 bets as much in the big pot. So, like, it would be quite interesting. I mean, I've never played heads up with the 2.5 big blind ante, but would definitely be interested to play some. So maybe I get lucky and someone joins and the table doesn't fill up immediately, so we get to play some various different setups. Like three-handed is also a lot of fun when you're playing the same people, because you just get the dynamic of like you're, especially in these games with the big antes, when you're playing three-handed, you're just forced to play so many hands that it's quite easy to get some kind of fun dynamics of big pots happening. And if things don't go someone's way, it's easy to feel like you're getting run over when it's just there. Like if you're playing a 9-handed table, you wouldn't have as much because it's unlikely you lose to the same person again and again because ranges are so tight. You're just unlikely to be playing the same person again and again. But when you're playing these kind of heads up or heads up in three-handed games, you're just playing the same people so often that like there's a lot going on, and if you start losing to the same people, it's kind of interesting, people's reactions. Okay. Well, that was fortunate in a way, and unfortunate in terms of I wanted to play. Uh, yeah, I mean, I think this spot is like, yeah, I mean, my raise pre, I think, is normal. I think you mostly want to raise those hands. I would assume the limp is also fine, but I would think that the kind of ace 9 suited hand class just goes into the raise a lot. Block 9-7-3, again, like I'm playing a lot more ring games than heads up. And like I really don't play much heads up deep, and I've never played with this anti structure, so I'm just kind of playing how I intuitively would. But I think the 9-7-3 makes a lot of sense as a big bet. I think that the overbet would be fine as well. Like actually just betting like 120% pot seems pretty reasonable with big blind. It just has like a lot of stuff that gets put under pressure on the 9-7-3, a lot of gut shots, and we have the kind of tens plus that they don't have, and like ace 9 suited they won't have pre. So I think the 3/4 or overbet seems reasonable. I think if it was like hijack versus big blind in a full ring game, maybe the overbet starts doing better, where the big blind's tighter and we have more like tens. But in the game where it's big ante and we just have 100% on the button, I mean, we limp some, obviously, we have 100% beat at least, and you just have hands like King 7, it maybe we just want to go slightly smaller and put hands like that into the C-bet. And then, yeah, they raised 3.2x, and the SPR on the turn's gonna be 1. I think that my hand just like, I had ace 9, no backdoor. I think that it just plays pretty well as a jam. Like, yeah, we get stacked when they have 9-3 or 9-7, 7-3. But, there's not that many combos of those. 9-3 or folds pretty. And they just have a lot of like, they can have 6-5, they're open-ended, 10-8, Jack-10, 10-6, even just like King-9. Like, I think they just have so many hands that have a bunch of equity against us. And we are playing 1 SPR on the turn. I think like 5 is a lot deeper with them. They're calling. And I think maybe if I had like a backdoor flush draw, so if I had ace 9 clubs on that board, maybe calling is fine because you just don't need as much protection when you can turn some flush draws, like even on a bad turn, like 10 with clubs, like it's just like slightly more likely that you turn the flush draw and have equity and can continue. So I would maybe slow play when I had the backdoor as well. And would slow play more if I had something like aces that just didn't need protection. But I think with my hand, even though it looks like a lot of money going in because it's 100 blinds, but it's 100 blinds with like 3x pre, 2.5 big blind ante. So the SBR is 12, and then we got big bet and raise. Yeah, it's not the most fun spot, but there's a lot of value in just like folding out Jack 10. And yeah, when they have 9-3 or 9-7, we hope to hit. And obviously, got lucky that time and being to the turn and the rip. Not completely sure why there's 100. I thought we were playing 10, 20, 50. Trying to figure out why there's 140 in the middle, but I'm more than happy to play a bigger game. Yeah, I think that seems kind of normal. I think it's fine for them to not always bluff and go have to call turn with ace 5. Yeah, it's just so nice playing with these. I mean, even with this like 5 big blind ante, it's just so nice playing where you just don't have to fold much heads up. I mean, you have to fold much heads up in general, even with no ante. Um, yeah, I mean, that seems somewhat reasonable, I think, uh, a little bit unsure about why the pot is so big. But yeah, I mean, it's huge anti-game, so the button's going to be very wide there. I think it's very reasonable for ace-jack off to just always 3-bet. And then, like, the 5, so I guess that the normal play is to call the 3-bet. But, like, shoving those low pocket pairs and just getting them fold 9-8 suited, and then, like, when they have ace-jack or ace-queen like they had, you do pretty well. I think it seems like a reasonable hand from everyone. It's like 80 bigs deep, but with a 5 big blind ante. So oh, that's why the pot's so big. It's 10, 20, 50. I thought it was like 10, 20, 50 with a 2.5 big blind ante. But it's 10, 20, 50 as in like everybody puts in 50 every hand. So everybody's putting in 2.5 bigs. That makes sense. Okay, so we're actually playing like effectively 7.5 big blind ante in the middle. Uh, okay. Wow, so we get to play even looser than I thought. So that's kind of fun. So I'd assume this, I mean, this game's going to be quite swinging. We're just putting in like so many big blinds. I think that queen six is fine. I think I can block her sometimes, but like, I don't think people believe you that much in the spots once you check that, and they just have a pair so often, and even ace high is my hero. Yeah, I mean, I assume that's fine. Pre-flop is going to be very weird. Uh, yeah, quite fun. I assume that's like fine pre-flop, but playing with 7.5 big blind ante and then 7.5 big blind opens is not something I've done much of. So assume some of the pre-flop will be a little tricky for me. Well, a little tricky for pretty much everyone. It's like hard to know exactly what's going on pre. Right. Oh, no insurance. Gamble. See what happens. Just fading what an ace or a six. That's not a diamond. Oh, no insurance again. Nice. It's a heads up. Oh, we lost them. Thanks. I don't know who said that, but thank you. I was definitely looking forward to playing some more heads up there. But Back to waiting. See, hopefully we get someone else get in here. Just some heads up action. This was obviously quite unfortunate hand for me. Once they three bet the five deuce to get the 4-3 deuce for me is quite nice. And then to hold. It's been quite a lucky session so far. Yeah, nothing crazy. Yeah, the ace nine heads up how much went through. I think it seems fine. This king nine, I think, seemed good. 6-4 seems reasonable. Just like check it down and then stab river. I think I can bet 10 sometimes as well. But yeah, I think this line kind of works well against people. The jack 10 seems normal. I guess I can bet bigger on the turn, but I think the block works quite well. I think when people check out the flop, they're just going to have a lot of like, they have a bunch of just like ace 7 off, queen 7 off, and when the ante's big, even just like 7-5 off maybe on the button. And then yeah, the threes are standard. Uh, them going after me slightly free with the 5-2 off, but after that, their play seems fine. Like they can, I can just be min raising it with like ace eight of diamonds on the flop, and they ahead, and they can just get it in. And then sometimes I like min raise sevens and have a really tough spot versus the shove. So I think the hand seems fine from them post flop. Like once you three bet the 5-2 off, and you get the 4-3 deuce flop, you're not going anywhere. Like if you're three betting that hand, you're three betting it to you're three betting it to do some stuff post flop, and once you get one of the best flops, you're kind of in there. So that seems understandable from them. Yeah, I didn't realize when I read the 10, 20, 50. I think because I'm so used to playing the tournaments that are like written as 10, 20, 20, or like 1, 2, 2 with the big blind ante. I just interpreted it as a big blind ante. There's, or like someone posts the 2.5 big blinds, the 50 in the middle. I did not realize it would be everybody posting. So I guess this game could be quite fun where if there's six of us, if the table fills up, we get to play 10, 20 with the 15 big blinds ante, which I would assume would be a lot of action. It sounds pretty great. So hopefully we'll get to play some of that as well. But yeah, I do really enjoy the heads up with five big blinds in the middle. It is like a great game. Like heads up is already a lot of action. Just being able to play with so much money added. It's like every pot is big and worth fighting for, and you have the smaller sizes available because of the pot size, but the blinds are still small, so you can bet like 20 into 150, so it's kind of some cool slots to come up, I think. It's a shame when this happens. Obviously, in poker, the aim is to win and to stack people. But I also just love playing, and I always feel bad when I stack someone and they don't play more. Personally, because you know they wanted to play too, so you kind of feel bad with them, and then just I wanted to play too. So when people sit out, it's disappointing. Wanted to get some more hands. I'm sure we will soon. Nice. Very cool. I think let's use level from everyone. Uh, I do not plan on. I mean, as you can tell from playing seven deuce. Um, um, yeah, just limping the seven deuce. I do not plan on holding much free flop with this anti-size. I would assume I'm not meant to ever. Which again is nice to play some spots. Same there. I mean, deuce three off. Not usually a very good hand, but there's five big blinds in the middle. So I'm going to play, see what happens on the flop. Yeah, again, I mean, king three off. It's not a good hand, but like, I think I'm just meant to be playing. There's just so much in the middle when they're only 3x out of position. I think you just like don't get to fold that much, and king three off with the high card seems good enough, and then flop. Flop when they check on the Jack 9 4. I think that like people just kind of check fold those spots a lot. I think people see bet when they have it after being the razor. So, not everyone and they're not always folding, but I think that like yeah, I think it's a pretty good spot for me to stab, and with the king of clubs blocking hands that they just might have like ace king with a club that continues, or even just like the combo draws like king queen of clubs trying to check raise, and I can bluff some runouts, or just like hit running clubs or hit the king. I think it seems like a good hand to stab. Um, I think that seems fine. Like pre-flop, I can raise sometimes with these kind of hands this deep with the big ante as well. Um, Flop, check or bet. Turn seems like check or bet as well. There's a lot of, you can kind of do a lot of whatever you want in these spots. I think with the spade draw though, when people check call, like I think when people limp the small blind, they're meant, they're going to be limping a lot, and they'll have traps. They're going to have the stronger range. So I think when they limp, you check. When I would raise a lot of my strong hands, and then you get the ace ace eight. I think when they have an ace, they just bet themselves because they don't think I'm going to put the money in. So I think when they check call, they end up just having a lot of like king high, queen high, and on the six they'll just be check folding a lot, and they can have hands like pocket threes or deuces. So I think like it's actually kind of nice to just bet my hand a lot and hope they fold, and if not, try and hit a 10 or a spade. I mean, preferably a spade, but 10 will probably do it a lot of the time as well, and even maybe a three would if they have like king queen or something. So I think it seems fine to just like keep betting with the 10-3 and see what happens. Yeah, wouldn't bet my hand that often there, but probably just meant to be like almost range check. But I think a lot of people just like fold too much in those spots, and we have the nine clubs, which was really nice. Still the ace over the card, and people are kind of like a bit too loose pre and fold too much on the flop. You get to just do what you want and have some more bets if even if like theory says no. You don't always have to listen. Right. Now these are fun with the really big. Yeah, very big ante now. The everyone putting in that. I think pre-flop that's fine for me. Like I've not played these, like 10 big blinds in the middle when someone's opening 10 big blinds. I'm not going to say I know exactly what the pre-flop ranges are, but king six suited feels pretty strong. And then on the flop, I think it's just like they can be bet folding like they did, and I mean not that often when they bet pop, but they can, and we just they have equity, and sometimes they just have like sometimes they fold like that, sometimes they have like 7 8 clubs, and we're actually kind of crushing them. So not going anywhere. We just have too much equity. GG. Uh, yeah, unfortunate spot, but I don't think I want to do anything different. I think this was the person, if I remember correctly, that had the 5-2 stuff against me. So, I think if we were playing like normal range spots, I wouldn't bet the flop very often, and I would probably just bet fold to the check raise. But against someone who's 3-bet me with 5 deuce off, I'm just not going to fold an overpair, even if it's a bad one. And they had ace queen high, so it seems pretty reasonable, and we didn't hold. Again, yeah, I think that king jack fine. I would usually just limp it. Uh, but I think that, people limping the button is obviously just not often going to be a good hand. Especially someone who's been putting a lot of money in. So I think it's reasonable for us to just expect us to have a good hand lot and just raise and play post. And I think post flop is like flop's not great for us. We don't have much going on. Check, turn, really bad for us. So I think check again seems pretty reasonable. And then at the river, I think we just have so many hands like we have like our handle with a spade, a lot of just like tens with a spade. So I think just they don't have that many big spades because they bet the turn a lot. So I think we just end up being able to just bluff with our handle all the time. I wouldn't even have it pre-flop normally. So I think it's just like fine, just put a lot of money in and hope they don't have a spade. And if they do, maybe they hero fold. Yeah, that a6 seems completely normal from I think like check the flop sometimes and fall down and not folding versus wide ranges. But I mean they had 10-3 off, so they can just have kind of anything. Fortunate river. I was just going to check shove turn versus any bet. Well, not any bet, obviously. If they bet like 80% of their stack, maybe we just have to do something else. But first, like half pot, 3/4 pot, the plan was to check shove, but we got to win the pot the easy way. Check and suck out. Mini suck out. I think that's fine for me. Obviously, could have won the pot for the bet at some point, but I think my hand wants to check a lot. I just like bluff with better hands. Maybe like worse hands on the turn, but with the heart something or a draw, and then like on the river, just bluff with stuff that I have a heart. I think they can still be trapping. You think that's like close with the ace 10? Like doesn't feel very natural, and I wouldn't know what to do. Like if they shoved, I guess I just have to call. But I think they're just opening like every button, and the antes are huge, so I think it's like pretty reasonable to just 3-bet and probably call it off and see what happens. It's probably pretty loose in these games, you know. This may have been slightly too loose pre-flop. I don't know. Definitely enjoying this format of the big ante. Just like not much folding going on, and obviously we can play some crazy hands against people where people just have really wide ranges, and it's tough to know how, especially if you don't play. I'm not playing these games usually. It's tough to know how people like exactly how wide people are going because of the ante. Like obviously you're meant to be very wide, but it's tough to know whether people are like 60% kind of wide, flatting the small blind, or 40, or like 100. I mean, they flatted this person flatted 10 free off the small blind against me. It's like hard to know whether it's hard to know exactly what people are going to shop with. So it's quite fun in the big pots because you're trying to think of possible hands they can have, but you just don't know pre-flop what people are going to have, uh, which I think makes it quite fun and interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think that seems kind of standard, like always three bet my hand versus the really wide button, and then I just have to call it. I mean, it's obviously not that fun. And if it was normal anti game, you just fold to the 100 bigs or 90 bigs all in. But when it's when it's this like crazy anti structure, I think they can just be too wide there, and they can just have like king jack suited and put it in. So I can't really fold getting 2-1. Well, I could, but I don't want to. So much fun, so much action. These this game structure, playing it three-handed is a lot of fun. You get like a little feel of what the other players are doing, and just get to play so many pots. After. Um, yeah, seems okay from there. Yeah, seems reasonable. I think they're probably going to bluff the river a lot, but giving up doesn't seem like the worst. Yeah, his best left was very fun to play against. They were playing some hands quite aggressively. Always fun. Uh, yeah, it was my best smaller event, but it's going to be fine. Um, yeah, back to the heads up. Just as I said before, I'm not planning on folding many buttons. Well, I'm not planning on folding any buttons, but wow. Uh, okay, they kind of got me there, I guess. I think flop. Once I ISO'd, I think big betting is fine. Like I'm going to big bet a lot of like ace king, ace jack on that board. And my hand seems like a really much to do it with. I could just get into fold some like sixes, 5-4 that has equity. Um, Once they min raise the flop, it's kind of annoying at that stack depth. But I think with the spade and the gut shot to the nuts and the like the line doesn't make that much sense. They can have hands like that. Like you still hit the king on winners. Like I think that hand's slightly too strong to fold. And then once the turn peels off the spade and the river's the jack, like it's just hard for me to have other bluffs because I wouldn't even continue like jack 10 on the flop, and I don't, and I would continue flush draws and like I can shove ace queen ace jack. Like I would always play ace jack that way and always shove it. I mean, maybe I would shove the flop with ace jack. I guess it's hard for me to have like a ton of value, but it's also just hard for me to have bluffs because I need to have king jack with the king of spades. So I can have king 10 with the king of spades. So like it's I think it's fine for me. Yeah, they can they hero. I don't know. I would assume they probably shouldn't hero the queen five, but might be fine. It's like a weird line. Once you've gone down that race line, it's like hard to know exactly what's going on. Uh, this player's kind of getting me at the moment. yeah, I think my river check is like fine, and they should be definitely betting with the 9 on the river. I have a bunch of just like ace high, king high, 6x, 7x to check there. And yeah, they obviously escaped that one, but I think I played it fine. I think they're just always meant to value bet the river. Um, it's kind of whatever, like if they don't kind of feels bad with that single hand, but I think it's like good overall. They're not value betting top pair for me. I think that's fine. I think I can slow play turn, but you know, I just beat every turn except for the ace or the boats, obviously. But they can, they've been quite wide pre, so I think they can just have 10-8 off, and they just want to try and stack it. Yeah, I think that's fine for me. Like, no ideal against someone who's not folding much. Like, but they're also just not folding the button much, and people just always see it those boards. So I think it's just like pretty reasonable. I have the 5 of hearts, which is nice. I still have it out to the nuts, and yeah, they're still gonna have a lot of just like 7-8 off and king 6 off that they have to fold, even if they're like not in a folding mood. They can't do much for those hands. I think that they should not be 3 betting the a7 like on that board. I'm gonna have some hands like mine that they have, drawing to 4 outs, and then I'm gonna have better than that. Like I'm gonna have some ace 10, and then like ace deuce, deuces, jack deuce suited. Obviously not a huge amount of hands, but uh, could be like a reasonable, I guess. Could be a reasonable adjustment from them if they just know that they're so wide and I'm going to be 3 betting. Like check raising hands like mine more often than I'm meant to, then they can just like 3 bet to shut me out and just hope I don't have it. But I think they're better off just like calling and never folding and like letting me bluff it off if they think that, rather than you know, or maybe even just like min raising it, like putting in 1100 is it's quite like when I do have the pocket twos, you're putting in a lot of money dead. And like, yeah, when I have my hand, I'm gonna have to fold even if they make it 750. You can slide down with the turn after that. Good start. Yeah, I think that's reasonable for me. I think like betting the turn there works quite well. Like we really don't get raised enough by some queen X that would bet the turn. We get value from like Jack 7 if the slow play the flop. We get value from just like Ace 9 that's always going to check. And we get value from hands like they did, like Ace 4, maybe even just like 7s and pocket 8s and stuff. So I think betting the turn for me is like, I think it looks easy to check, but I think the bet makes, it probably does better for us. And then I think the river fold is fine. Like, it's a little hard for them to be bluffing. I was kind of tempted to call it first, thinking they could have like 10x or king x, but I think those hands just see bet the flops often. It's way more likely they have hands like theirs. I think people don't turn something like pocket eights into a bluff enough, so they probably just have, like, they can have ace 10, ace king, and those hands check flop way more often. So I think it looks like for the price that they can have a lot of bluffs, but like if they play all their hands the same way up until that street, they can have bluffs. But I would guess a lot of them end up doing something different on the flop, and even some like king to spades will just raise turn. So raise turn sometimes. So I think that it just ends up being a fine fold on the river. I think that 5-sound was kind of fine. Like ace jack deuce, kind of first big blind there. We're gonna have some small bet and big bet. I think our hand can do either. And then on the turn, I think you just like go into pretty much only big bet, and my options would be 120 and be 200. I think like 120% pot is pretty reasonable. We can still bet like ace 10 for that size and check river, and then like river when we have a set that was really strong, we can like most rivers we can still just shove. And I think that like pocket fives does quite well. We even get value sometimes if they have like queen deuce of clubs with the backdoor flush draw, or something like 5-4, 4-3 that calls on the turn, unblocking bluffs and with a straight draw, and then we fold out jack. We fold out like king queen. Even people I think are going to fold like ace 8 on the turn. I think they should as well. Like I think they should fold some ace 8 on the turn. So maybe like what? Sometimes I think on the 4 they should. So I'm not sure with the really big antes whether they should that often, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do. So I think, and then obviously I can still hit the 5 or the 3. So I think that's like a good hand. And then on like, I guess it was ace jack deuce 4 with 2 clubs. Say I get like the queen of clubs river, where a lot of my bluffs are like queen 10, king 10 that either improve to value or are just now a pair. I get to like bluff the pocket fives, and I think people will not expect me to have many bluffs there because it just looks like it looks like I've improved most of my natural bluffs. Uh, yeah, I think that king jack hand is actually like usually not very fun. Like when you check all the turn there, like I'm trying to play hands, so I'm just like trying to play quickly. So just trying to pre-decide and think quickly. But I think from their point of view, if when I check all the turn really quickly, I just have a king a lot, maybe some have like jacks, and I think that people just like don't like to bluff those spots that much, even though they're quite good to bluff. And I think that usually against a lot of people, my hand would just want to fold river because people just have it. But this player has put in quite a bit of money and taken some like lines that make not as much sense to me at least. So I'm kind of not really looking to make big hero folds versus people that are taking weird lines. And they had like second pair, or sorry, third pair. So which I think again is like should be just checking and showing it down. So I think that is also like kind of unintuitive line and kind of makes me feel good about not wanting to fold because it was for that reason. I mean, I don't think I should fold much anyway, but I think there are a lot of people where that is not a fun line to call the river against. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate river for me. I don't think I want to fold much. Like people just, it's so easy for them just to play a7 deuces and just like always just kind of try and bluff. It's like quite easy to overdo it. So happy to just kind of call and see what happens. I think my ISO pre is like not always, but sometimes. I should have thought about that more, but I think that the age is just fine. Like it's just they can just have a better flush draw than me, and my straight draw is not always good. But it's pretty closer than I thought. I should probably take a little time. Almost back to starting stack. Yeah. Didn't realize my block was that short. But I think I was going to fold anyway. I think it's quite tough to bluff there, especially when I have seven of diamonds. I'd have to have something like queen seven of diamonds. And it's so easy to have value because they have ace five, 3-5, 6-5. They like almost always play that way. Um, so yeah, like unfortunate run out, obviously. I think it was a good hand for me up until yeah, I think the whole way through. I think that like pre-flop is obviously loose usually, but in these anti-structures, it's going to be fine. And then flop is like kind of normal. I think like we just have the best hand lot, and I think the size on that board is big. That could go bigger, but mostly not. And then, well, yeah, I'm not sure about the flop size. I think bigger seems pretty reasonable overall. Turn, I think I'd prefer like if I had something like queen eight, I would check where I want to keep in something like king queen that they floated with, and I also don't have that many rivers I can value bet. Um, but I think like 7-8, where I get a bit more protection from stuff like king queen folding the turn, and I also have the backup of the gut short straight, so I can like river two pair, river top two, and also river straight. I think is just like good to bet the turn. I get a lot of value from when they don't check raise flop. Yeah, they can have some 6-7 ace three, but they also just have so many of their hand or like pair plus flush draw and stuff. And I think that we just get to bet turn and get a lot of value and then check back rivers. Did not go as planned. Come on, see what happened there. I want to get a little break. go back to that hand next time. Next time I fold and other people are playing, can try and remember to go back to that. See what happened with the 10 and 4. Yeah, not really a hand you're meant to stab much, I think, on that board, but people tend to just fold a lot to the small stabs. So I think you get away with it. Yeah, I think pretty normal flop is fine. Calling the flop check raise is a bit dicey. But I think they can just have, like, they went really small and the pot's so big with the ante that it's like, I can hit a king and they can have 10-4, like, yeah, I can be dead already, obviously, but not that often, I think, because they don't have 10s free, they might not even have ace 10 free, they don't have, and then like I block pocket fours, and then they can just have some like 5-4 that's just like raising to kind of find out where it's at, and then checking turn, so I think I have to continue. I think my hand's just like slightly too strong, and I meant to continue flop, and then turn is easy fold. This is the one I wanted to see. Okay, so they like 10x the button with 10-4, hard pot, check, check. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of seems normal post flop, normalish. I think pre flop, I just like not completely sure because it's 10 big lines in the pot is the ante. I don't think you're really meant to be opening 10x free on the button. Like, I think if you want to, especially if you want to open it that wide, like 10-4 off, then you just should be opening smaller. But I wouldn't imagine the open's losing much when there's just so much in the pot. Well, I mean, there's so much in the pot, but they did decide to open for similar amounts. So I doubt, like, if they're open to 60, I would assume that that is a reasonable open. But if they're open to two, like they're open to 190, so I would assume that it's too loose. But it's whatever. It's like big anti games. People, yeah, no one knows. People want to gamble. Seems fine. Can add some chips on. See if you can play some deeper pots. Now someone has significantly more. Honestly, not sure about that with the huge ante. Like you're just getting such good prices at the time. I was kind of tempted to peel the 3-bet there with Queen Deuce, but it, we're still 200 big blinds deep, and it feels probably a little too loose to do that. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was just fine to peel, especially against someone who's like playing quite loose themselves. I would expect that to happen. Yeah, I think that's quite absurd from them. Like, I have a lot of good hands there. I can have all the flop sets, like 10-8, and all just like 10, like, king 10 off, they'll stab the flop, ace 10 off, they'll stab the flop, 10x with the flush draw, they're just like getting it dead somewhat often. And like, yeah, I have bluffs, but I think my hand was actually a pretty reasonable bluff. Like, stab the flop with them and like bet the turn pretty much always, because I don't really care if I get check shoved on, I don't usually get check shoved with much equity. So I think I played the hand kind of normal. Like it gets very loose from them. Um, I think there's a small chance there's no feeling to that really. Like such big ante. Like maybe when it's just goes limp. I just meant over limp. I think I've already meant to over limp 4-3 in hindsight. Got very loose. I'm just like it's hard to get out of that mind. Just so used to playing one big blind anti games and like playing but I would definitely limp 5-4 there. Well, I say definitely. I would expect 5-4 to be a limp there, so 4-3 seems like it probably is too. Again, not really going to step that hand very often at all, but I think people just don't like it doesn't matter float really wide on these boards. People don't need it. Like, yeah, such a big ante. The pot's just so big. As in, like, still betting quarter pot, but you being a limp blind versus blind pot, you would have to bet at least 33% of pots. You're betting a slightly smaller size. It goes, yeah. I mean, just it's a crazy game to keep track of because like every time a player comes or goes, forget it, like the total ante changes because everyone's anteing. So I think it goes meant to be put that Jack 9 as well. Like even if I don't want to, the ante is just so big. Once it, when you're playing heads up, it's like 5 times the big blind, but now you're playing 12 and a half times the big blind. So it's probably really close to an open the Jack 9 off, and if it's not open, I should just limp it. Kind of seems expected to be making, like, especially trying to play fast, so get hands in. I think the people off decisions are going to be relatively close, and you can just think about them afterwards and adjust. And it's not a game that I've played, but it's I'm pretty sure now that I'm meant to play the Jack 9. Yeah, just going to be some pre-flop mistakes from not knowing the blind structure very well. But definitely having a lot of fun playing this blind structure, even if it's like going to make way more mistakes than they were playing blind structure. I know, but it's just like you get to play so many pots. So I'm kind of happy to make some mistakes and see what happens. Like again, this not sure, but getting 12-1 on the limp seems very enticing. I would assume, yeah, I just don't know. Just gonna, I guess, just keep limping and not being sure, and raising and not being sure, and see. This might be a bit too aggressive, but let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Queen 3, like, not this one. So I think the defender's fine. Again, like, not gonna keep saying it. Don't know brick. Assume it's fine. Flop, easy check all. Turn check, and I would expect them to just like bet so much here. Like they have an ace, they bet a lot, and I think even if they have like king jack, they can still just bet. And but like some people, I think a lot of people just don't bet like this hand. I think should actually bet quite a lot on the turn, and they might not bet enough with like a 9-8 pass or something. There's a lot of hands that just like don't have equity, but it's tough to block the turn with. And I think like queen jack would also bet the turn because people like bluffing with equity. It's like they didn't bet the queen 8, but I think people would bluff something the queen jack lots. And then when I check the river and they start betting, yeah, they can have some hands like king nine where they value bet the flop, check turn because they don't need protection. And then once I check, they're going to be good on the river, so they how do I? So they never like accidentally tank open through that. So yeah, I think when they have some specific hands, like king nine, king 10, or like 10-7, the river two bet. But I'm getting pretty good price on the river when they bet like 65% pot. And it's so easy for them to just have the hand they had. Like they always open that hand. They always see better. And then if they just aren't betting turn that often with it because they don't want to bluff with no equity, and a lot of people don't like bluffing with no equity in those spots where there's like a lot of flush draws, they just kind of want a flush draw. And there's so many hands like that. They had like 9-8 of hearts, 9-5 of hearts, 8-6 off. These hands are all like very easy to open pre, see bet flop, give up turn, and then on the river be like, oh, I can't win the pot, so I'm just going to bluff and try and fold him off a three. And I think that it's very easy to get there and just end up with way too many bluffs. So I think it's kind of a nice spot to hero as me, even if our hand is like not the ideal hand to hero. I mean, it's not the worst either. I guess I'd rather have that than like it's gonna be better than like 8-3 probably. But yeah, probably a spot that I just don't fold anything, to be honest. Versus a lot of players. I mean, if I'm playing someone very good, who I think will find the low equity turn bluffs, then it's probably a spot that I might hold like a little more than theory, I guess. But against a lot of players who just play, I think a lot of people play the way I just described, and against anyone I think that is playing like that or likely to be playing like that, I'm just like not that interested in folding rivers in those situations. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, I think it's easy to get tempted in this situation to be like, oh, I'm the pre-flop raiser, and the ace is good for me, and I'm going to bet it all the time. But I think like I kind of want them to have, king queen, queen 10, 9-10, and my I don't have a diamond in my hand. They also both call pre. Like it's not like they can't have an ace; they'll both have an ace fairly often. Um, and they can have flushes, and like you don't need to always bluff, just because the card's like slightly better for your range, you can still choose your bluffs. I'm not sure about that 10-4 off last time. Maybe I should leap it when they only go 6x pre and there's 12 antes in there. Uh, kind of a weird hand in the end. Like, I think pre-flop I can raise or call, planning to embrace. Well, I think I can bet that I want to mostly check those boards. Like, 964 is a lot of board changing cards, and it's like, it's tougher to play when you get those boards that are going to change a lot. Like where on any 10 through deuce, there's like straight or trips. With more emphasis on the straight thing. It's maybe I should have picked King Six as well. Hard when kind of talking about hands as well. But yeah, those boards like 964 has so many turns and rivers that complete straights. It's so much harder when you're playing deep for the out of position to play those because you're going to have to check and you don't have the information. So you typically play them quite passively. Um, I want to do as well as cards there. So I'll just see what I thought it was going to be under their cards specifically. Yeah, so the 964, I think, like check a lot and then they bet. I think my hand does well as a check raise. Kind of obvious reasons, just a very good hand. Turn 9, I think I can go either way and just like carry on betting. They still have like, they can still have 6x straight draws. I think checking's fine too. And then just like check calling, let them bluff it off. River is the jack, and then I think my first I think it's common to want to block those hands when you have really good hands and like trying to induce a raise, but I don't think you actually want to block that much there with that spot because I kind of either have a slow play that would be nuts on the river still, like sixes or something that check the turn or 9-6, or I have a hand like tens through kings or aces that are really strong on the river now, or I can have something like jack 10 that was a bluff on the flop and now hit the jack. And really check raise something like a6 on the flop. So I think you mostly just want to be kind of slightly bigger betting or check. Maybe against humans I can go even bigger because they're meant to trap some trips on the turn and people don't generally. So I can like even with it king jack there or jack 10, I can probably just bet like 1.3x pot and it'd be fine. And they just have a tough time with like 6x, but I think that my size is fine and it probably also gets bluffed against slightly more often, where maybe if they have like 6-4, they just decide to bluff the river, but not burst over bet. So I think it's fine. And then like with my specific hand, like if you have king jack, I guess it doesn't matter too much, but if they have king jack, they still have there's a chance they have jack 6, jack 4. Whereas like when I have all the jacks, it's much more likely they just have a very bad pair. So I think the smaller size is fine. It's a shame. I thought I was going to get some more. Yeah, you want to see what happens. The ace king, like on the king queen 9. I mean, maybe I should just fold turn. But I was a bit wary of just people having a bit too, just being like, there's a lot of money going in these games, and if people just start having like 10-5 of hearts all the time, where they just start taking the lead and like bluffing those all the time, it's just like they're not going to bluff river that much, and it's too expensive to call turn. And like if they can set king nine, king queen nine, and I can hit trips or two pair to outdraw them. So I think I don't want a full turn, but then I think like once you get to river, like you lose all that equity of being able to outdraw them because you know what the river is now. I don't think people continue bluffing stuff like 10-5 of hearts as much. So that's not in there, and like I think they're just going to end up having it quite often. Yeah, that hand's kind of dicey all the way through. I think the defend is fine pre, but it's like the worst hand I would defend. Like I would defend 8-5 off, and then flop is easy call. Turn is like not a very fun call, but I think fine against the really wide pre-flop ranges. People are just gonna have all the like jack tens, like queen nine with a single heart that always take that line. And then river's probably maybe close, but I don't think I get to lead much. I don't think that's the kind of hand I want to lead, so I think it's just like kind of normal after that. Yeah, it's obviously very wide pre. I think like you're definitely meant to be a bit wider because the big ante is I think pulling 4-3 off versus the 4x is too much, I would assume. The rest of that seems normal for both of us. I don't think I'm meant to bet turn that often. The like jack six of diamonds with backdoor flush draw blocking hands like 7-6 of diamonds that float flop, I think seems specifically bad. Jack's not great, and they check all of like Jack 10, King Jack, check all turn. I think I'm just better off bluffing like Ace 4 on turn or deuces. And then yeah, river, I think like I think it's just like easy to overblock my spot, and I'm going to get here a lot. So just didn't really want to block. Yeah, I mean, people I meant to check flop a lot, but like people are playing raises, and then when they start, so I check out pre-flop a lot. I think like people are playing raises, and then when they suddenly play limps, it's just like this person's just gonna have a weak hand so often. And then this person in behind is just so easy. Like we just saw they call 4-3 off from the small blind. It's just like so easy for them to just have like 5-4 off and be over limping. I think I just get it through so often. I would prefer a slightly smaller raise from me, but there's so much in the pot. I think that like I should go slightly smaller, but my hand is just like very strong value hand, and they're just gonna call like 7-8 suited and stuff, and I just put money in ahead and hopefully go heads up. And I think again, like quite a lot of money going in for them to be calling the fives there and then back raising. Like maybe I should peel my hand, but I thought they can have some like ace jack offs and stuff or something that's trapping, or maybe like eights. I don't know, but I would never fold like sevens plus, so they don't really get be a better pairs fold really, and they're putting a lot of money in because like even my hand I almost didn't raise, whereas like ace eight I always would, and then like I'm not folding like ace nine suited or something pre. So I think they just think it's a bit too much money going in there when you have fives. Yeah, I think mostly should be checking the ace eight, but yeah, this person's been very wide. Like if they're just going to peel 4-3 off, then like actually that board becomes quite a lot better for me. Where against the tighter range, they can have trips a lot. But if they can just have 4-3 off great, then suddenly like I had trips way more than them, and they just have so many just complete air hands. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think that sometimes, but mostly just want to check and just like hope this person starts bluffing. And I was hoping more that they started bluffing like 6-5 and stuff that I have drawing dead, but obviously like they start bluffing even like 9-6. So I think if they're going to do that, then check for me works really well. That would be fine, obviously, as well. Yeah, seems like a normal hand from everyone. Not a great spot for them on the river. They have to, they have to call. I can just have the same hand thing. That might have been slightly loose from me pre actually. I think my thoughts were that like I'm getting insanely good odds, and this person has been playing raises and limps, so when they limp, they're just going to be too wide there, and just like I'll get some limp calls even from just like 5-3 of spades hands that I do fine against, and I would expect to raise more than that flush draws, like the ace-6 of spades pre. So, and then I just don't think they limp raise as much, so I just like always get to the fold. So I'm kind of viewing it as defending three-way a lot, where they'll fold sometimes, and then the call is fine. And if they call, it's like also fine because I was getting better odds. And I just don't think I get limp raised. But I would think that my hand is actually like if they're playing a very good pre-flop strat, but maybe my hand's meant to be a fold. But I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, I think it's fine when ranges are this wide. Like it's a little thin on the river often, but like I think it's only thin if I'm going to get check raised bluffs a lot, and people make hero folds, and I think that people just like, oh, he's going to have ace deuce there and not fold it, and people just like don't bluff those spots that often. So it's I think fine. Yeah, I mean, I think it tends to be reasonable. Like, turn I can check as well. Um, but I think when this person's playing so much call pre, that I just get a lot of value, and my hand's just good, and I get some protection three-way, and like my hand just plays very well. Um, but like either way is fine. And then river is just like, yeah, I should value bet this on the river actually. This should be that was bad. That should be a, kind of hard talking at the same time. But I also want to go over some other hands, and it's kind of fine making small mistakes like that. But I should just definitely be betting jack there on the river. Like it's just worth a lot of the pot. They have a nine or queen high or ten high really often. And like the king, they can have a king that plays that way, but then there's just like not that many kings left because sometimes they bet and also there's two on the board and they just have like a nine or queen high way more often. So that was bad. But yeah, the ace ten was kind of standard on the turn. Like it can be check or bet, and I think the half pot size is fine. Um, and then on the river, like it's not the most fun, and I don't think I would bet something like ace seven. I wouldn't bet ace seven on the turn, I guess, but if I had ace seven of the flush draw or something, or that ace five, like an ace with no kicker, I would not bet the river. But I think with the kicker, it's just like kind of I have to, and I think the half pot size is fine. Like not going too big in value on myself. Yeah, I think that's yeah. I think I'm probably going to call that seven as well. Hard to know with the ante. It's like facing 7.5 big blind raises, but then there's 7.5 big blinds in there. Yeah, I think I should call the 9-7, but not 9-6. But just guessing. Not sure, but it seems kind of close. Yeah, maybe I made better. there for like block. So I can have a bunch of ace-x and they have some, but not as many. And I can just have like, I'm still going to want to bluff like balls and I can just have a block size. So I think I'm actually going to think block river would be kind of nice there and force them to call hands like they had, like the king high with the deuce. I think it's fine. I think I get some big bets there. Like the nine is kind of nice, blocking queen nine, jack nine, eight, nine, all that, and then the ace hearts looks nice for obvious reasons. Like I think it's nice there with the ace nine to have some turns like a queen that's usually like going to be quite hard for me to bluff, and ace nine I can just start bluffing it off where I have a bunch of like kings, queens, king, queen, ace jack. So I think I quite like the big bet with that specific hand. Yeah, I think it's fine, big bet or small bet. Let's do small bet. Reverse ace high. Nine high. That'll do it too. Yeah, I think my hand's fine to bluff pre. Like, you want some bluffs, and that seems like a hand that can do it sometimes. They are. Yeah, I think that their limp call is fine. Like, that's the spot I just had where I folded in and thought it was probably a bit too tight. But I think that they're going to then check fold the flop. Like, it's 9 high and you're facing quarter pot, but it's only 9 high. Like, yeah, you're with sometimes where I have just like 4 deuce, but you're also dead quite often. Quite hard for your hand to do much on future streets. I think this is fine. Like I have a lot of good hands on this board. I have a bunch of flushes, a bunch of like high card stuff with club sets, straights, two pairs. Especially with the small size. Like I would all 9-6 suited to the check raise, like 9-5 suited. So I think I get to stack quite a lot for a small size, and it makes it quite hard for them if they just check like ace queen with no club on the flop, or like king jack no club with a flop on the flop. It's like really hard for them to do anything with those hands, and I just get a cheap bluff. Yeah, my hand's fine. I can bluff the river sometimes. I think this is like the most enjoyable setup that I've found so far. Like just playing the three-handed game. You get to see a lot of hands, but like it's not all heads up. You get like the slightly different formation. This might be quite aggressive, but it's also quite fun. And I block the turn 2 pairs. They didn't check raise the flop. I have the queen of clubs. there's a lot of good stuff going on. I think it's like they're just going to fold Jack seven. You know, they have a lot of like Jack four of hearts. That's just like top pair with no backup. Like it's hard for them to improve. 10-7, like as a gut shot, but a bad gut shot. I can still make my hand if they call. Um, yeah, I think it's like a pretty good hand to play that way. And I think like when we're this deep versus big blind, and they don't check raise the flop, so it's like way harder for them to have a straight than me because I would have 7-8 off, queen 8 off, and king queen off pre, and they would check raise a lot of them flop. Um, I think especially this player who's put in money, like they were, on the king queen 9 they were leading. I think players who lead on those boards that would usually. I think of players that like putting money in themselves, and that same player type would probably check raise the good hands a lot. So when they just check all, it's just like really hard for them to have a straight. And I have a lot of straights, and I have a lot of we have a lot of money behind, right? It's like we're still really deep. So I think it's pretty reasonable for me to just go for the really big bet and have bluffs like that. And there's like really not much they can do. Well, I mean, obviously they can call a lot. They have a lot of combo draws and stuff, but mostly it's going to be tough for them. It's unfortunate pre-flop. Just need to track from them. So yeah, I think the queen six was pretty good. I think the aces seems fine from them. I think that I would mostly check the flop. Maybe not check, but maybe just bet smaller was them. It's actually quite hard, I think, with that board. They are meant to play mostly big bet. And big bet or check. But with their specific hand, it's quite annoying for them when they play big bet, I just check fold ace 10. Or I just check fold king queen that they had drawing dead. So I think if you don't want to check, I think there's you can still have some small size on that board, and it seems pretty if you're going to have a small size, that's the hand for it. And you're still going to stack it. When I have queens, I'm still going to check raise your small size, and you stack me anyway. So I think the big size is a little unnecessary. I think the a7's fine. Jack 5-3. I think a lot of people just pure check, thinking oh, I have ace high, show it down, but you just have the best hand a lot as well. It's limit check, blind was blind. You have a good hand, and you just get some protection with ace high. They check all king high, queen high, some 7-6. And if they check fold something just queen 6, it's fine. They folded 2 live cards. I think in those blind versus blind spots where it's limit check, blind versus blind, and you're the big blind on those on most boards, but especially on the high low low boards, there aren't actually that many hands for a position that you'd never bet. Even I think a lot of people play it as I never bet ace high here, or I never bet king high. But actually, there's not that many specific. There's not that many combos that you never bet. Most of them are kind of some mix of the small bet. Not actually a huge fan of that hand from for me, I think that like pre-flop, but maybe versus player who play quite tight, I should be just calling. Just like hoping this person comes in and we go three-way, and then maybe make more of this person coming like worse hands than mine. Um, but I mean, obviously, like the three-way is fine as well. And then on the flop, I think it's kind of normal and pretty good. And then turn, I think, is like where it's kind of interesting. So I like trying to play these hands. Like I like playing it fast and not taking too much time. Turn, I kind of thought I get some value on hands like 10 of spades, queen 10 of spades, right? Like if they check shove, I call. And I just like if they block queen 10 of spades, that I think is a good bluff for them. I just have enough equity, like I'm crushing that hand, and they don't have that much value there. So I think on the turn, like I get value from those hands. They also might just have like queen 9 of hearts, where I just like have that crushed as well. So I get value from those. And I thought that like they might just, because it's such a tight spot, and it looks like I wouldn't have that many bluffs. I think that they were actually going to like start check folding some like ace 9. If they just have ace 9 of diamonds there on that board, I think it's like a pretty gross spot for them. So yeah, I think that like they have a bunch of kind of say they have the ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 5 suited. Like I think those all raise pre the suited ones, and they all call the 3-bet with big ante, just like 300, and then they all call the flop with top pair. I think a lot of them just have to fold turn. And then even if they have something like ace queen, like they had, like I just have a lot of equity as that, and it won't check shove. So I don't think I really ever get blown off my equity, because even if they have ace, like because they have some bluffs like queen 9 and queen 10 spades, I'm not going to fold to the check shove. So even if they have ace jack, like it's annoying to have to put in. It's annoying. I'm going to get shoved, obviously, but I don't get folded off my equity because I just have enough equity to call. But yeah, it's quite nice to play some like interesting, unusual hands, because playing like the big live tournaments, you often get in some situations that you haven't seen before, like some multi-way stuff, especially if you're playing some of the players that you don't always play. Like people come from different countries, like the tournaments are hosted in different countries, you're playing different people and different styles of poker. So even though it's like always the same blind structure, you're just not always playing the same spots. Um, so it's kind of nice to play some of these different variations and just like get used to thinking. I mean, you can see even like with the pre-flop stuff today how when I'm like talking about hands and then it's a different pre-flop structure and the ante size relative to the blinds is like changing depending on how many people are at the table. You make a lot of mistakes thinking quickly, so it's kind of nice to train that a bit. For king 9, jack 6. that does also works. That's a shame. Uh, yeah, I think it's fine. The half pot size makes a lot of sense. You can go smaller or bigger as well, but it's fine. Like, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of like 9-7 suited that's just not putting any money in for any size, and then they're gonna have a lot of like pairs of out shots that aren't going to fold to the half pot. So I think it's pretty good. It's like easy for me to bluff. I just have like king six suited or something. Yeah, I think that's okay for them. I think they are meant to. Yeah, they see bet off sometimes, not always. Uh, Turn. They're probably meant to call. Like, I think it could be close to a fold, and then reverse like easy release. Like this is like 9-10. No, 7-3. I think that's. I think in general they're just not putting in enough money, like in quite a few hands. Like I think that 7-3 is meant to be like, yeah, I'm gonna raise a queen, but I don't have a queen that often because I'm gonna have like I would bet flop a lot with it. Um, and then I'm gonna have a 9 like quite a lot, which is like a 7 or 6. So I think they're meant to put money in themselves more. So I wouldn't raise a 9. Um, so I think they're meant to like bet turn with a 7-3, and then I would think that they're meant to bet big on river mostly. I don't think the block's like that bad or anything. Um, and then I think versus like a lot of people with my hand, like even queen deuce no kicker on the river, I would just always go raise like 75% or 100% because I think when people block there after betting turn, they just have like I said, like 9-10, king 9 and stuff a lot. But like this person has been repeatedly not putting in as much money as I thought they should or made sense to. So I think versus people who are doing that, there's like higher chance that they have a better hand than you expect. And then I just like still want to raise top pair, but maybe just not as big as I would versus other players, which I think seems reasonable and obviously went well because it saved me some extra money. And if I'd won the big size that they were not folding 7-3. think same here, kind of like I said earlier. I think that it's tempting to just like check and you know be like, oh, I want to show down king high, but uh, king high is pretty strong and going to be just the best hand very often. It's like quite nice when you just fold them 7-4 off two or something. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Like, I think the turn bet is fine. I think people just like fold stuff like queen three of spades and stuff. I think once we get to the river, the my line doesn't actually make that much sense once you get to the river, and the river doesn't do like doesn't change much. And I think that betting big after the turn small size is going to get heroed a bunch, and betting small on the river doesn't make much sense and gets heroed a bunch too. So maybe I'm wrong, but I thought it was like a reasonable spot to just give up. Yeah, I'm sure about that. And like, if flop is good for me, where like king nine six, obviously I have ace king, king queen, and stuff. Even like queens and jacks are still strong. And then my bluffs, I have a lot of like, and I had like 6 8 9 8 7 6, so kind of hits it. But it's also quite good for them when they snap call, and my hand doesn't get that much. Like if I bet 6 8 and they call stuff like jack 10, it's gonna be hard for me to play that hand. Later, fold out stuff like fours that I have crushed. So I think big check makes sense. Just check call seems like the only option versus the half pot. If we were like much deeper, I could do something else, maybe like check raise, but yeah, not at this stage, I don't think. And then turn, I check, and then when they bet like third pot, I think they can have some jack tens that jack 10, queen 10, queen jack. It's kind of hard to choose whether I want to protect against those or whether I want to just like check call and let them bluff it off. But I thought they might not bluff river because it looks like I have jacks and or like I can also have 7 8 and stuff. They just might think I'm going to hero a bunch on the rivers that like queen jack misses. I get a lot of protection from them just obviously having like 10 outs against me and having to fold. And then also I can just stack like king queen. So I think it seems reasonable. The 8 6. Yeah, river. I think that's fine for me. They have like king queen and stuff still, but they don't fold the turn. And we'll pay river a decent amount, I think, and then they have like ace 7 spades and stuff like that, and they don't have. It might be quite a thing because they have ace 5, they have ace 3. They still have some sort of ace. They have some metal hard stuff. And the ace 8s are only like the flush draw ones, but then they have king jack king. Yeah, I think it's quite close to the ace now, whether it's just like check to the side or block. I think it's going to be very close, not a big deal either way. I think the hand was fine from them. Like the ace 5 seems like a reasonable appeal for the 3-bet this anti-structure, and then yeah, they just like can't really play the hand any other way, and the rest of it, I think, well, not can't, but I think mostly the hand going to do what they did. Yeah, kind of should have had a river, but thought this was somewhat likely, like 10-9 or something. I think they're not really meant to bet the turn with their hand, so I should be facing like 6-5 or something a lot more, or like 7-6 spades, and then I could value that. But I think that like a lot of people seem to just be betting middle pairs in spots. there's not much need to, and it makes those like thin value bets on the river a bit harder to do. I think that would usually be not way too thin, but too thin on the river. But this person's been putting money in themselves and Snapchat to the river, and this person bet the 10-7. So, like, seems to be kind of betting a lot of their equity as well. So I think on the river actually just have the best hand versus these two most of the time and can just try and get a hero pull from like ace 5 or something. I think it's fine. I think that's fine. I think it's meant to just be like limping that hand mostly. But, when you limp those strong hands, you want them to put the money in for you. And I think a lot of people just aren't bluffing that much versus the limps. Like they never bluff 10 deuce offsuit and suited. And if people aren't, instantly becomes a bit nicer to raise them yourself and just like put money in when you have a good hand. I think this person's internet maybe is not great, or just have some decisions. I think they're sitting, maybe forced to sit out. Yeah, I think my hand pre is normal. I can go bigger. Uh, Flop, I think, is like check or bet, mostly check. Um, so I think I mostly want to just bet and start putting money in. I have the best hand most of the time. I don't think they. I think like they raise turn to not get bluffed on the river and to make the hand easier to play. But I don't think they really need to do that. Like the hand's already pretty easy to play. They have a pretty good bluff catcher on some rivers, and they have a lot of rivers that they just hit. Like not a lot, but when they hit a heart, it's not hard to play the river for them. And you know, some rivers they can decide and fold or hero call, and that's more EV, I think, than having like forcing yourself to just put in that extra 240 against my value range that's like quite far ahead of you. Like when I have, my hand, yes, like oh, they have like 30%. So yeah, I think they should just call the Jack 5 on the turn and see what happens. Just evaluate it. I think it's fine in poker, it's like tough. Sometimes you want to avoid tough decisions, but I think you just have to accept that there will be tough decisions and deal with it sometimes. I think that's normal from both of us. You got to play that full there once. My kicker plays, like, my kicker chops a lot, but like they just have ace typing high a bunch. Compare is too strong to not value, but yeah, I don't think it's tempting when it's checks out to bluff my hand with like just start bluffing gut shots. But I think I at least want like 8-4 with a diamond. Like you don't get to bet the turn that often there as the big blind, and you want a bit more hope. Maybe even something like Queen Eight, that can prove a better straight and has some better blockers. So it continues, I think, starting to buff like all your 8-4s is it's not always going to end up that well for you. I mean, it can go fine. I think you can go for like the max exploit thing of just betting them and then just shoving river on a lot of rivers and like kind of exploiting the fact that when button doesn't bet the flop, they just won't have a good hand that often. But yeah, it's very risky. I'm not sure about it. So I think if you're just like playing solid, then like some different selection makes sense. I think my hand would usually be. No, I think it's usually a check. I was going to say it would be kind of close, especially if you're playing like stationary people. But I think this person has like been slow playing quite a lot of hands and not been incredibly stationary or anything. So like that, but they said two pair. I think I just don't want to be putting more money in. But I think the turn bet's good. I think the big bet's fine there. Like I just have all the good hands on that board, and they're very wide to defend, especially in this anti-structure. So I think it's like we're very deep. It makes sense for me to just want to put a lot of money in. Like when I have ace, king, tens, queen, jack, I just want to put a bunch of money in. And my hand seems like quite a good bluff, like blocks and flush draws, block the straight, have some equity. Just like start piling money in and hope they fold. Yeah, I think like pre-flop is quite clearly too loose. I think even with the big antes, and then post-flop seems fine. Like do what you want. I think it's better to have something like king five to start the flop with. Ah, if you think I'm just going to check fold too much. I mean, like I think you should just wait until you have like king three at the back door, but you don't get to wait in a single hand. And if you just want to play aggro and try and fold me off stuff and win the pot, then I think it's fine. And then turn I think is like reasonable from them. They fold me off like ace king, ace queen, some king queen stuff, and yeah, it's like seems like fine bluff. And then river, I think they're probably meant to seems close, but I think they're probably meant to value bet. I think I end up with like my hand stuff a lot. But I can understand the check. I still have some ace king, so it's probably a check. Against humans, I would value bet it. When against the computer, I would not. But yeah, I think the pre-flop is even in the very big anti games. The pre-flop is too loose to limit call king three off for 9 big blinds. But I don't think it's like crazy. Like if it's heads up, if it's like button left calling versus big blind, it's fine. Well, I assume it's fine.